Hello. I'll be there in a mo. I know the song is looping for the second time, but I'll be there momentarily. It's that acting good tune now, ain't it? Right. Microphone. Adjustments. Hello, everyone. Oh, and lights. There we go. Thank you for all the hosts, everyone. Let's turn that down a notch. Oh, that just completely... whatever. Anyway, Slinkenage, Andy, Lyndon, Crazy Unicorn Princess, thank you for all of the hosts. How are we all doing this evening? How was the Pokemans? I was paying half attention to it. It looks cool. Seemed to go until 7 and everyone threw... and blah, blah, blah. Seemed apt to go until 7 and throw everyone in this direction. Much thanks, my dude. Right, let's start the game up and we'll get some more games going for everyone who's come on in. You're really enjoying it. It looked pretty cool. As I say, I was only paying half attention, so I wasn't really sort of analysing whether the game looked like something that I would enjoy. You know, it's... I hesitate to say it, but it definitely looked like it was Breath of the Pokemon, you know, which I think is something that a lot of us can jam to. Right. What was my favourite evolution? Vaporeon. Vaporeon is best Eevee. However, I will concede that Sylveon is the handsome boy. Absolutely. Right. So, we're on Echoes of the Eye DLC. We started it last week. I felt like I made a lot of progress, and A lot of people were suggesting that I did make a lot of progress. However, also when I inquired, because I was just like, you know, oh, might finish it next week kind of thing, the same people who said I was doing very well were like, yeah, so sounds like we've got a fair distance to go yet. You're more of a Glaceon kind of girl. That's reasonable. That's reasonable. Okay, so let's go and check our ship's log and just remind ourselves of what we discovered last week. Ooh. So, last week, we discovered the Stranger. Rumor mode activate. So last week we discovered the Stranger. A massive artificial ring world hidden within some kind of cloaking field. It does not appear to be Harthian or Nemayan in origin. So it, yeah, literally a ring city floating just off of the sun. So we started investigating that. And within it, we discovered a submerged structure. A large metal structure suspended by chains. It can be entered by swimming from below. There's a sealed vault illuminated by green fire inside the structure. So our mystery seems to be what's inside the vault. Other things that we also know, the people, the visitors who built this thing, they travelled here also looking for the Eye of the Universe. But when they found the Eye of the Universe and kind of scanned it, they seemed pretty upset by what they discovered. And I think they sealed some kind of truth away in this vault. They came out looking for the Eye just like the Nemayans did, and what they found, they did not like it one bit. They were really upset. This has become Halo. Yeah, yes. So yeah, we don't quite know what the deal is there. Like they were so, like for example, such was their upset, they had a temple to the Eye of the Universe and they just burnt the temple down. Like the Nemayans kind of lost interest in the Eye over time, but the visitors straight up burnt their temple down over this. So yeah, that's how bad it was. So yes, we have been uncovering stuff. There are three kind of not temples, but there are 3 rooms where all of the visitors went in order to enter some kind of trance state. We too managed to enter the trance world, and we found some information there, but we didn't get to the end of that. So that was in the Endless Canyon. So we also have the Shrouded Woodlands. I don't think we haven't found enough of that yet. Then that's about it. So I think what we need to do, there's something else in the reservoir as well. Okay, I think what we need to do, I think I'm going to spend one cycle just looking around the Stranger again, possibly having a look around the reservoir, and then we're once again going to go back into the trance world and carry on exploring there. So let's go. So let's head out. Take off. Right, I think we need to mark the Stranger again. Yes, we do. Ship's log. The Stranger. Mark location. There it is. Autopilot engage. Noah, hello, hello. How's it going? We're just getting started. Missed the live stream yesterday. Yeah, it was... well, thank you for the resubscribe. Thank you very much. Ooh. Ooh, we came in at a slightly weird angle. Oh, I took off... Whoops, not the landing camera. Ugh. Yeah, we took apart an old computer yesterday. It was... blood. We've come in at a weird angle, so now landing is going to be hard. Oh! Bad egg as well with the resub, I think. I need my Twitch thing. Hold on a sec. There we go. I need that. Right, that was that. That was 13 months, my dude. Wow. That's super cool. And newer with the 11 months. There we go. Right, and land. We can just bin the ship upside down in here. There we go. Alright. Open hatch. So there was a secret entrance over on the left, I think, which brings us out on the reservoir, which is a more useful place to be. Here it is, yeah. I think we can get to this. Yeah, here comes the lift. We're becoming a basic white girl and drinking Stormy Alive Brothers. Look. And bam. It's a guilty pleasure. Well, there's no such thing as a guilty pleasure, Caradog. If you like it, you like it. And Katrina, with also the resub. Thank you very much. It's that time of the month, isn't it? Much appreciated. 17 months. Okay, right. So this brings us out near the reservoir. There's an observation lounge here that was very apt. They did a lot of sitting around and just looking out at the world. These guys did. I tell you what else we need to keep an eye out for as well, that I might do while I'm here. Somewhen fairly early into the time loop, there's a disturbance here. There's some kind of disturbance that interrupts the power. There's a big rumble. We hear it happen. I think it comes from somewhere. We're inside the dam at the moment, I think. And it comes from somewhere inside here. But I don't know where. Some moron wanted to gaslight you into thinking the Mugen 5 ARGB was not good enough to cool it. No. Some people just... man. Some people just don't think. They drastically overestimate the amount of heat output that a computer has. Like, don't get me wrong. They knock out a lot of heat, but it's not that much. Anyway, welcome to the Stranger, which is not Halo. So, yeah, as mentioned, so during the time loop, at some point, this dam fails and bursts and floods the valley. Ominous monk chanting. What's up, Mr. Dryer? Hello, hello. Oh, shit. Oh, my fall. Oh, that's the opposite of what I wanted to do. I just wanted to look down the side of the thing. Okay, fine. Alright. This brings us out where we would have arrived anyway. Part of me... okay, what I need to do, I need to keep an ear out for that rumble. And I need to see if it coincides with when the dam starts to fail. I also cannot... Can I use... Can the raft get me to... Can the raft actually get me up to the dam? Can we have a look at that? Can I get in the raft? There we go. Yeah, we're going somewhere. It's working. I haven't actually been to the foot of the dam. I want to see if there's anything down here. I'm not expecting there to be, if I'm honest, but you never know. Oh god, they're talking in tongues. It's time to purge the chat. Right. No, there doesn't seem to be anything there. Have we been over here, though? That I don't recognise. Can I jet back up there? Oh, not quite. I want to see what that's all about. Right, where are we going? Ow. Except crashing into things. Can I go that way? Oh, maybe. See if I can tuck in here and just get up on the rocks. That'll do. Let's abandon and Skyrim up the side here. I'm not sure if I've been in that building up there. That might be part of the dam that we're missing. What is in there? Oh, yeah, we've been in there before, I'm fairly certain. Crazy Unicorn Princess, thank you very much. That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. I must have been over here. I think I just... where I've come in from a different direction. Yeah. Yeah, there it is, look. The dam started breaking. Okay, that confirms it. The noise is indeed the dam failing. Mm, 99% certain we've been in here, but I'm going to remind myself what's in here. Hello? Oh, this is just another entrance point. Oh, heck. Okay. Fine. Yeah. Well, this is why I wanted to look around before we actually got to work again, just to remind myself where everything was. Cool. Okay, is there anything else? Is there anything else I want to look at? I don't think so. I think we'll just go on a ride. Sploosh. Round we go. I need to remind myself where the lantern is as well. Where the easiest to get to lantern is. It's in the lab, I think, which is where we came in. Let's push over to here. Send. Okay. So we have explored these areas. I don't think there's actually a lot to see here. Here was the burnt temple. We can refuel here. Doo-doo-doo. And there was the secret entrance to the tower. I don't recall what we found in there. Thinking. Slideshows. Yeah, probably. Right, let's go all the way around, preferably without smashing into the rocks. Right, I think we've wasted too much time to do much here. What would be nice if I can figure out what the last piece of the reservoir is that it's telling me I need to find. So I'm gonna get out the water over here and have a look. Is there a... there is a landing point. Oop, there we go. What are my thoughts on what the deer people were doing, what I've discovered so far? Well, they came looking for the Eye of the Universe. They didn't like what they found when they arrived, but I don't know what they saw. They saw something, though, after which they were deeply disturbed and not... I'm not sure their vision stuff where they're going into this twilight world. I don't know whether that is happening before or after that. We do know how to get in here. I think there's something more to discover here. I think this is more... I think this is the part that we're missing. Ah, hype train success. Thank you very much. The current looks to match the rotation. Yeah, pretty much. Have we been over here? I'm going to remind myself what's over here as well. Thank you very much for the hype train, everyone. That was heckin' rad. Much appreciated. Aldirs. So, this was another projection room. This was a projection room, but I don't think we found any slides to put in there. That comes out here into the broken area. So I think somewhere there's a slide reel to find. I think I'm going to work on finding that this cycle. I'm going to see if I can find such a thing. Let's do a hop, a skip, and a jump over here. And see if I can remind myself what the code is for this place. Ugh. Alright, goodbye, dam. And goodbye everything else. That's fine. We didn't need that anyway. Sploosh. Alright. That goes all the way around. And then it settles down again. Panic! I wonder if there's anything to learn about these hot plates as well. These red plates here, they're heating the water. Oh, also, that's a thing. Oh yeah, no, we've been over there. What's that? That's a landing point. And then this does also reveal there is the vault. I believe we can get into that before or after the dam breaks as well, though. I can't help but wonder what if there's... Yeah, no, I don't know. I don't have enough information in there yet. Is there anything there? I don't think so. We haven't looked at the dam post-break. I should check if there's any entrances that are revealed. Alright, let's get back to work over here first. I wanted to check over this again. There we go. Sun. I'm going to call that circles. Sun, circle, fire, circle, fire. Sun, circle, fire, circle, fire. We've been in here already, but honestly I didn't find much. I don't feel like I learned much here. So there's got to be something to this. Sun, circle, fire, circle, fire. It's worth noting you can brute force these, because there's another one that we haven't actually discovered the solution to yet. Right, we've got a destroyed console here that's burnt out. So this is the stranger. And it has launched some kind of probe. And that looks like a console. Oh yeah, so that must be that. So this is the control point for this probe. But we don't know anything about this probe or what it's doing. I wonder, actually, if we came here in the Shadow Realm, would we find things not broken? Crazy Squirrel! Thank you very much for the follow. How's it going? I think that's the key to this place. We're not supposed to do anything here. We just need to know that it is here. And also know what the code is. I'll take a clean picture of that. Just in case we manage to come back there. Oh wow, we're gonna end the cycle before we do anything, so it does not matter. Okay, that's fine. You're just starting the game? Oh, that's very cool. This is the DLC, so if you plan on going through the DLC, prepare for spoilers. Also, just, I mean, well, most of what we're doing here doesn't particularly pertain to the rest of the game, but just be aware that I may say stuff that is a spoiler. However, do enjoy it. It's this has been a very, very moving game. I have enjoyed it very, very much. Right, I want to see if there's anything on that side. I wonder if I can... We can't fly across there. We've tried that before. We can climb up there. It's a bit of a ball ache, but it can be done. So let's do that. Oh. Did it. Oh, this is less than ideal. It's moving me directly into the sun. Yeah. This is not working. Okay, we're not using that one. Okay. Oh. Come on. In. Got it. Right, to the other side. Must be a beautiful cooldown to play this after Cuphead. Yeah, yes and no. I mean, obviously, Cuphead is very frantic, but it's also very straightforward. Whereas this is... everything makes me think that I'm missing something. Right, let's get... Alright, we're over to the other side. And we're lodged up against here. Where's my signal scope? I see nothing. I don't think there's anything to find. Could we climb up from here? No, that's not going to happen. Oops, ow. Oh, blimey. What the hell? I have been caught under something. Oh, I think we're dying. I somehow managed to clip through something then, and it's all gone horribly wrong. Oh, I think I'm done for. I think I've been trapped. Well, I can't push against that current. That's fine. This cycle is kind of this cycle is kind of bummed anyway. Bye. Well, technically I didn't die. I meditated until the next cycle, so we're fine. That was unintended. So sad. Right, we learnt nothing. However, I've familiarised myself with the area again. I'm gonna go straight into the Shadow Realm, as I will call it. Alright, let's go. Straight into the Shadow Realm. Let's see what we can achieve in that time. The sun evaporated the water, saving me. Yes. Okay, we can just go. Are we arriving? Appears out of nowhere, this thing. Whoops, coming in a bit hot. There we go. Oh, please don't fall out. There we go. And no, we're not going to bother fixing the ship because we ain't coming back. Come find me in the Shadow Realm, Yugi. It's your move, Kaiba. Oh. Right. So we need to enter... Oh no, we actually need to go in through the side to get into the lab, don't we? I think that was the fastest way in, to go in through the hole. There's an explosion in the side of the stranger. And that's how we get into the laboratory. Which is the fastest way to get to a lantern. Alright, sorry I abandoned you, ship. I said wrong. Right, let's just fix this. There we go. With a bit of luck, I haven't lost too much time. Although, this bit is very difficult to navigate. Right. Steady. So it's over here, if my memory serves me. Yeah, there we go. And we'll park it here. Right, okay. We are now sideways because we're on the spinning edge. Reactor explosion noises. Oh no. Right, let's close that door. Right. So, fully finished thing? I can't remember where it is. There's one. No. Oh, balls. I shouldn't have walked in front of the thing. This is the vision that, yeah. Stare into the flames, go to Shadow Realm. Yeah, we do need to do it in a temple. I need the artifact, though. That's what I came here for. Thank you. Give me the artifact. There we go. No! Oh, God. I get stuck in it even if I'm not looking at it. Just don't walk in front of the thing. Yeah. Come on, guys. I got numbered time. There we go. Right, we have the thing. Now we need to go to one of the weird rooms. This is probably the fastest way, actually. Where am I? Oh, further up than I thought I would be. This will do, though. I think I can push up the river from here. Oh, not very well. Oh, this was a terrible idea. This was the wrong way. Nope, okay, we'll go to a different one. Oh, I've done this all wrong. The game had a warning about scares. Indeed. Indeed. Right, I just need to go up and over. This is annoying. I'm losing like a quarter of the cycle just doing this song and dance. On the flip side, though, when we actually get to the Shadow Realm, I should be able to push through a lot of it because I've seen a load of it already. Right, where do I need to get to? I think that room is the first one of those. I didn't notice there was separate music in the reservoir itself. Meow. Speedy boy time. Right, let's park up over there. Oh, now so just pin it on the shoreline. That'll do. That's where I want to be. There was the thing. Yeah. There it goes. Okay. Very well. I still want to know what the source of that is. Put that down there and move these lights. Right. Here goes nothing. Doze off. Alright. Now my eyes see a different world. Also, I don't think we used this one last time. Do we arrive in a different location? Start turning on some lights. I forget where we arrived last time, so... We're in a different place. And I can't remember which temple I used the first time around. I think it was the third one. Let's explore this and see where this goes. There was a door back there. I shall follow the lights. I may see something I recognise in a minute. We need to be up there. Ugh, my own footsteps. Doing me a spook. Oh! Oh. Okay. Don't fall into the water. Very well. Okay, everything is still lit up. Let's try going the other way, actually. What was over here? Toward the door. That was a closed door. We've found a lot of closed doors so far, and we don't know how to open them. That would get us to places. Ah. Sega 3783, thank you very much for the subscription. Welcome aboard. Much appreciated. Okay, what if we extinguish those lights? Would the door be open? Let's go back there. Ah, yeah. Was that there before as well? Oh, yeah, they were. Okay. This is something new we've learned, that doors open depending on lights. Well, we knew that already, but I think this is where we were last time. This is the Silent Woods. We can bring ourselves a thing. So if we go along here, we're going to come... This is as far as I got last time. We've just come in at a different point. I haven't been up there, whatever that is up there. However, I need to figure out how to get up to there, which would create a bridge. Right, and I don't think we've seen any of this. That's the temple, the burnt down temple. That's the dam. Time is still passing above. I think it just passes slower. Where are we? Oh. Oh, shit. Balls. I didn't realise that this temple got flooded. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Heck, okay. Right, we can't do it from here. Okay. Right, I think I'm going to meditate to the next cycle and run that again. We know which temple we can go to that definitely doesn't get flooded. The one over there does not flood because it's in a high up position. Yeah, the DLC is more confusing because everything is contained in one place, which means you've got a lot of complexity in a single location. But that's kind of how the DLC would work, though. Okay, I'm going to meditate and run that again because we don't have time to get to another temple and do it all again. I think, yeah, I suppose the base game has its own confusions. This, in a way, the DLC is more dense, but also by the time you start working on the DLC, you kind of understand how this game works and you kind of know what you should be looking for. Yeah, I suppose, and the base game being a lot less linear, potentially. Although I like to think I did it in a very linear fashion. I think I played through the first part of the game more or less in the order that it was intended, I think. Right, I don't believe we learned anything new, so let's just take off and go. Yeah, the DLC is certainly less about flying around between the planets. To all intent and purpose, we fly our spaceship to the stranger and then leave it. Whereas normally you'd be very much wanting to keep track of exactly where you've parked. Ooh. We stable? Like a glove? There we go. One large puzzle rather than many small puzzles. Yes. That I could concur with. Right, before I go over there... These are all partials. Yeah. Oh, there we go. There's one. That's the easiest one to get to. Okay, so we want to go up the stairs. Yeah, this is where we want to be. I just came out in the wrong location last time. See, now we can go directly to the place. Up there. We won't get washed out this time. Well, I think it's this one here. Nope. Alright, what about that one? Nope. Okay. Balls. I can't remember which one is the secret passage. There we go, we've got it. Any tips for the base game for a new player? No. The ship's log is your best friend, in my opinion. The ship's log will help you collate, especially in rumour mode. The ship's log will help you collate what you're learning, and sort of it will show you what is important. It tells you what you have seen that is relevant or worth keeping in mind. Yeah, don't be afraid to just go somewhere else if you're hung up. Do you know how to tell? How to tell what? Sorry. Ooh. Okay, yeah, so we're here again now. Let's start lighting stuff up. Which one is the doorway? Oh, no. I do not. Don't tell me now. The next time I do the thing, I'll look real close, and I'll see if I can figure it out. If there is indeed a pattern, I have not been looking for it. I just assumed it was just a matter of you figure it out which one it is, and then you remember. Okay, right. This is a hecking maze, this area. I don't know what I want to do here. Right, we'll spend some time, because there's lots to uncover here. There's something you might spot if you look. Yeah. Okay, conceal? No. We have determined that certain doors open when the lights are off. Don't remember if there was anything around here. So I'm just looking again. Always the perks of going a week between playing a game. You've got to look around a load of places you've already been and remind yourself what was there. I don't know how to open these doors. Everything is controlled with light, either shining a light on it or not shining a light on it. That would take me further up. Must be something to learn up there. Okay, that's where we came in, so let's go down. Okay, progress lies with getting on the other side of this thing. That is a hand that brings us back across. And this is a hand that takes us over there. The weirdest travel. So there are secrets in this area. Like the shadow in front of the screen. Gonna install the terror warp hands around my garden. Yeah. Maybe they didn't find them terrifying. Hello. How do we open these doors? Very well. Let's keep exploring. This is just a balcony, I think. Actually, what's going on there? Oh. Hello? Is the door open? Nope, don't know. Nope, I'm not sure what happened there. What's that? Oh, it's a glint. Okay, fair enough. Alright, let's focus on what we were doing, which was turning on the bridge. I think that's over here somewhere. Alright, that's that on. That's where we came from up there. Something down below as well. Here we go. Nope, too far away. Oof, spook hand. Right, over the bridge. I think down gets me down to the river, which allows me to move away from this location. I just want to see if there's anything else I can learn while I'm out here. What was this? It's a lift. Okay. Where did this lift go? Does this take me... That looks like it takes me down to the river. I'm going to check out the other location first, because I think we went down that lift last time. We're covering old ground here, but again, I need to remind myself where this all goes. Otherwise, I'm not going to connect links up. We didn't spook the guy at the slideshow last time. Oh, this was closed. Okay. It's the dam. Stuff happens when I shine the torch on things, and I'm just like... The dam burst. That was the noise. We are safe from the dam. You're pretty chuffed today. You fixed a PC that was stuck on a very short power cycle. Completely on a hunch. Nothing looks wrong, and I know it's fallen over on the ground. How about I reseat the CPU? Yeah. There's a lot of mileage in just taking something apart and putting it back together again. It's a very underrated strategy. It's why part of my no-post procedure is to just inspect the CPU. I'm very rarely expecting to actually see anything there, but it's just for the sake of, at that point, I've taken it out and put it back in again. And you never know. Alright, we're leaving this area. Let's go up to the next bit. It was like the third thing you did after RAM and power supply. Fair enough. Let's speed along this bit. So this area is where the vault is. We looked at this last time, and I don't feel like I learned anything of value. So I'm actually going to speed through this area. I don't know what we're doing here yet, but... Well, we did learn that we saw some people taking bits of it away. Master Kano, hello, hello. However, I don't think there's anything for me to learn here, so I'm going to move along to the next area. I assume I can't direct this raft anywhere else. It just seems to follow its own course. And lighting up the post just makes it move faster. Right, where is this? So the question is this... It is not. This is somewhere new. Shit, 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 shit. God damn it. Jumping in this game without a jetpack is really janky. You've got to hold down the space button and then release, and it's... I don't like it. Just let me jump. Okay. We should be able to make very quick progress back to where we were. That's vexing, but most of the time we lost there was just lighting up this bridge. Or whichever bridge it was we lit up. Probably that, maybe that one down there, I don't remember. This one, there we go. Well, that's the thing, we don't have any of our tech at the moment. Nothing else over here, was there? No. There's a very eerie quietness about this place, just because I don't truly understand where we are. I see patterns, I see things that look familiar, but I don't understand how it all connects up. It feels like we're moving through, it feels like we're still on the Stranger, and after all we are, yet above us is the visitor's homeworld. Like, that's what we see in all of the paintings, the ringed planet. Welcome back, Santi Sword. You think we're on their planet? Maybe. I mean, we're not on the ring anymore. It just has similarities. Yeah, I don't know. Well, that's the thing. We also know that we are literally asleep and having some kind of vision right now. There we go. I did it. Light all of this up. So if this is the tunnel, which it looks like it is, and leads back to a closed door, if I conceal... Oh, it's illuminated on the other side. Okay, that's fine. We know what's on the other side of that door. On the other side of that door is where another point of entry. So we can just move along here. That also implies we've seen everything along the river. And we've come full circle. This is as far as we got last week, so I have now understood how this place links up. Yeah, there we go, there's the other temple. Okay. So where did this go? Ah, so we started coming along here, but we ran out of time because the dam burst. Okay. I see a building over there, but I don't know how to reach it. Spook. So here's the tower. So we want to get off the raft and explore this, so... No, we're out of time. Distant playing of music. That's okay. We did spend a load of time exploring. Oh, there's the thing over there. Where do we get off here? We don't. Okay. So where does this come out? So this is going to be at the bottom of the valley again. Okay, that's fine. We didn't have time to explore anyway, but also now we know how to get to the other locations. We also know that the tower is the next key location. This brings us here. There's the lift. Very well. All right. Okay. That's exactly my plan, Slink. That's exactly the plan. It's worth mentioning that the tower will be washed away when the dam bursts, so we will be on a limited time schedule. But on the flip side, it looks like... so we explored what I'll refer to as the mansion, and we had lots of time there. Well, unlimited time. But also we're lacking information. So hopefully if we go to the tower, we'll learn more. Then the house, that didn't seem to hold anything. There didn't seem to be anything at the house. You thought it didn't fall until right near the end of the cycle. Oh, you're right. I think the basement floods, though. The tower itself doesn't go down, but I think the basement floods. We'll find out. We'll find out. Yeah, we can definitely enter from there. So once again, we're going to come in through the dam, pick up the artifact, and then we jump on a raft and go all the way down to the tower. That should be fairly rapid. Explode! Right, up we go. Away! Just going to double check that we haven't learnt anything over here. Oh, we have. Shrouded woodlands. A dense forest along the banks of the river. Okay. And the candlelit tower. I rode a raft past an island with a tall candlelit tower. Fair enough. That's not really mind-blowing at all, so... the takeoff. Yeah, well, it's especially easy. I think, to be honest, what's changed my world... Ooh, blimey. I got shot toward the front of the ship then. What's changed my world is the fact that you can mark a location on a map now. Which we could do before, I just hadn't realised. And yeah, that makes it very, very rapid to actually target where you want to go. Bonk. Here we go. The lack of smacking into the Attle Rock. That happened one time, okay? It was a bloody good story, though. We raided someone at the end of last week who was just getting started on the game. And I think I have a suspicion that they were... I think they were struggling to master the flight of the spaceship. And I mentioned to them, I said, don't worry, the first time I took off, I just smashed my head straight into the moon and died. So... that was a thing. Right, we have this. I now need a raft. That's the nearest raft, I think. No, it's not. Where's the nearest raft? That one, maybe? Where's a new raft that I can get onto? Losing time. Should I go up that way? Is there one under there? That calls down that lift. There's going to be no rafts coming downstream. Oh, crap. Where is there a raft here? I don't know if there is. I could just swim. That might be faster than figuring out where a raft is. I'm gonna do it. Sploosh. Don't touch the sides. There are not complete artifacts, I don't think. I might be wrong. I want that raft in the middle of the thing. I seem to remember that there were only bits of artifacts. Although now you mention it, I haven't looked there in a while. Also, though, I was expecting there to be a raft, and that if there had been a raft there, that would have been a fairly quick way in, I think. There are lanterns, but I don't recall there being an actual full, complete artifact. Unless I'm imagining that. Yeah, we're going to have to check. We'll check what's in that box over there, because there might be one in that box right there. I know what you're talking about, I just can't remember if they are actually the completed artifact or not. If they are, I shall feel very foolish. Yeah, maybe it was, and I just forgot because I didn't know what to do with them at that time. Oh, yeah, there is one in here. You're right. I am an idiot. Yeah, there's one. All right. Now we know. Now we know. I think I'd put that out of my mind because I had originally put it in my head that I'd originally put it in my head now that we wanted to come in up there because that was the safest place to enter the spirit realm. Whereas obviously now we know that we can't access all points of the spirit realm from there. So it actually does matter. Found it really early on. Yeah, that's right. I remember picking it up and going, I don't know what to do with this. However, I thought it was all partial ones and lanterns. It was placed there intentionally by the devs. Okay, I don't think we lost too much time there. I don't think we need a lot of time in this bit. Fuck your stairs. Whoop. Already? Shit. Okay. Right. Which one of these is different? The one with the rafts, maybe? I don't know. I'm on a time pressure at the moment, so I'm just gonna... Yeah. Has the other one's got the moon in? That's the only one that has the Saturn on it. That's the only one that has the ringed planet. That's my current guess. Right, doze off, let's go. Right. Candlelit tower. There's nothing here. We need... that's where we need to go. We need to make a bridge exist. Oh, there's a lot here. Oh, there's a lot here. Wow. But we do not have very much time. I need to figure out a way to get to places. I can hear something. Ooh. There we go. Now I can alight here from another location. So, let's confirm that. And in which case, I should wake up and move somewhere else. Let's just make sure that this behaves the way that I'm expecting it to. Okay, here's where we can alight on the raft. Anything else to learn here? I don't think we're going to get all of this done in one go, so I just want to figure out how all this works. Are we underneath? We're underneath the stairs of the tower, I think. This should go to the very top of the tower. Based on its waking counterpart. These candles can be extinguished, or they can all be illuminated. Okay. I think I need to put all of those out. And perhaps something will happen up here when I do. This is an exact replica of the quote-unquote IRL one. Okay. You're playing League? Why would you do that? It's so frustrating. There's a simple solution to this. Uninstall League. Right, let's put these out. I hope I don't need to put these out in any kind of... Oh, shit. I hope there's no actual sort of code here or anything. That has stayed on. Right, has anything changed up here? Nothing has changed up here. Okay, so I don't know what blowing out those candles does, if anything. Okay, let's leave these off on the off chance. Who's that? Manvsofa? Manvsofa? Sorry if I'm butchering your name. Thank you very much for the follow. Okay, so there's something going on with this tower. I think I might need to light those candles in a certain order, but I don't know what order that would be. we also need to move. Because, well, we could just wait for the dam to break and then move. Let's go and have one more look there. Oh, speaking of the dam breaking. Man vs. Sofa. Oh, it is. Of course it is. That's Grimoire. Look. I got things on my mind. Wait. Also, Ding Dong is the outside world. Oh, it's holding. It's holding. Okay. Everything went a little bit less than perpendicular, but the tower has held up. Okay, so we do have time. We've got until the end of the cycle before we get awoken. But I still don't know what all this does. Let's continue investigations. We don't know what to do with this. However, there's more to explore. There's more to explore. Has the water level changed? I'm not sure. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Let's go and explore over here. We've lost a significant amount of time, so we're not gonna exhaust this area in this cycle. I need to be a bit systematic with what I look at. That's a lift. That goes down somewhere. Where does that go down to? Possibly down. Okay. I'm going to keep exploring this upper ring, I think. Freaky hand thing. Okay. And that's a dead end. Okay. Let's check out along here. Multiple ways onto that inner walkway. Oh. I don't... Oh. Whew. Oh. Okay. How are we doing? Well, we could dive straight back in. Was that triggered by something or just my proximity? Yeah, ding dong, it's the outside world. With supernovas. Let's just dive straight back in. Okay, going down, that eventually leaded us down to the lower walkways. Let's check right and see where this goes. We're very short on time now, so to be honest, this is probably a better use of our time. That will take us up. There's an upper floor to explore. Another freaky hand thing. And a corresponding one that goes over there. Okay. I'd like to follow that hand to see if it links up to the other side where I was. I don't think I went that far around, though. Don't touch! Can I jump that? I can. I'm sure that's not any kind of warning of... Oh! Okay. Is that on site? Yeah. Okay, the bell wakes people up on site. Okay, now we know how those work. They're a bit creepy. Just the red flashing pillar, man. I'm a bit don't like it. Wah. Can you close the artifact to stop it seeing me? Maybe. I'm gonna have a... I'll have a quick nosy along here first. That would probably be... That would be the first time we've actually needed to conceal. Oh, down we go! Ah! Oh. We just got heckin' inceptioned. Wah! And I think, yeah. And that's the end of the cycle. Whew. All right. Very good. Right, well, there's more to explore, so we're going back. We definitely need to go from the tower, and we can get to the tower a lot faster now. Good. Okay. Right, on account that we've got like another 60 seconds or so, I'm just going to go ahead and meditate. As much as I love the ending music and everything, yeah, we can't see the sun. We are concealed. Page cartoons, hi. How you doing? Welcome back, Captain. Rough. Oof. Things are going well. We have much exploring to do. We are discovering much. I think you're definitely arriving just as things are getting super interesting as well. Hopefully we can provide some measure of relief from the roughness. What have we learned so far? Well, I tell you, I'm going to go and have a look at the ship's log. Right, so... so we have discovered how the... We've discovered how the Endless Canyon links up to the 3 key locations. The Cinder Isles, the River Lowlands, and the Hidden Gorge. Which is what I suspected, but we have confirmed that. We've also determined that certain areas need to be entered from certain temples, as I shall call them. And at the moment, the island tower seems to be... the island tower is where we're exploring. I thought we couldn't go from the island tower because it gets damaged by the flood, but it does stay intact right to the end of the cycle. We learnt more in the Starlit Cove here. A secluded village nestled within a cove. Candlelit tower sits atop a nearby island. The well at the bottom of the village is guarded by a statue that activates an alarm bell when it sees me. I reach the tower's upper floors by projecting a path to a second entrance at the back of the tower. Ah. By projecting a path to a second entrance at the back of the tower. I'm not sure I understand that line. We'll go back there and have a look, though. Ooh. I'm trying to determine if that is connected to... I'm trying to determine if that what exactly I illuminate, because I illuminated a couple of things there. But yeah, conceal is the snooze button. Yeah. Yeah, one of two things is going to happen. Either conceal will indeed get us past those towers, or we need to just find alternative routes around them. I think Slink was right, though. I think conceal is the way forward. That would have been my next guess. I just didn't really want to have too close a look at them quite yet, because I wanted to see what else we could get to before we had to deal with them. I've come in the wrong way. No, just go, yeah. Change location. Ow. That'll do. Oh. Bye, have a beautiful time. I'm sure it won't explode, it'll be fine. Oh, I'm rushing a bit too hard at the moment. Got it. Away! Yeehaw and stuff. Yeah, the dam breaking is just my ship exploding. I was the cause of all of this. Wouldn't be the first thing that I've caused in this game, if I'm honest. Good dunk. So, Slink, was I right about the fact that the planet is visible in this one? Yeah. It's a good shout, that. I'd need to look at another one just to go sort of, oh, yes, look. However, that certainly seemed likely. Also looks like yeah, I literally only have to wait for 1 minute. Which is good. 1 second. Yeah. Okay. Way up to the upper floors. Let's carry on going this direction. That's where we were making progress. Let's go through the crazy hand. Whoa. And we started going along this one, and this is when the whole world turned sideways. Oh. Ah, yeah, and this brings us round to the other side of the loop. So we've now done this entire loop along this floor. Alright, so now we're looking for a way up to the upper floors, or we're going to go down and explore the lower floors. That takes us down. So is there a way of going up? Oh, we're back to here already. Okay. I don't think so, no. Okay. Let's go down then. Let's see if we can get past the rude alarms. I swear I can hear someone stomping around back there. Fuck your sign. Right, here we go. Yes. And only when it's facing you. Alright. Another raft that goes 2 directions. That recalls the raft, I would assume. What's forbidden along here, then? Temple. Eye of the Universe. No! Shit. It's very annoying. I'm not used to being careful. There we go. We just literally need to stay nowhere near the edges. That's a bit vexing, but yeah. Yes, this is true. It is about just not putting out the flame. Okay, that's fine. That's not a lot of time we lost, in all fairness. I wonder if I'm going the shortest route, though. I need to determine... Whoops. I need to determine where I came in from, so I can figure out the fastest way to get through this route. I think I'm at the 180-degree marker, though, to be honest. It's coming back. Alright. Run it again. Right, so we were exploring over here. There is nothing but wreckage. There is stairs. Okay, stairs it is. Hey, it's one of those. It's a projector thing. Okay. I think that might be it over here, actually. It's looking at the tower? That looks like all there is here. Okay, so be it. Don't overthink it. I think that's it. We will remember that this is here. That is strange. Will we, though? Maybe. Okay. Okay. Let's go. We need to go down. And I don't recall how we did it. Huh. Could this be a way up to the upper floor? Only one way to find out. Oof. Oh, that goes down low. Okay, I don't think I wanted to do that. I don't think I'm supposed to be here. I think I've screwed it. Oh, shit. Bye, everyone. Okay. Yes, yep, this is fine. This is the pre-tilt. It's a very unsettling way to move around. Okay, right. I'm not being particularly efficient here. However, I am eliminating things that we can and can't do. I'm going to go left, I think was the fastest way to go down. Could we go down from there? I forget. That might have been the answer. I can't remember how we went down. I think it was... Oh, here we go. This will do. Downland Shark. Howdy, howdy, howdy. Welcome to the creepy quiet place. Here we go. Right, let's just push straight into the middle area. Okay, that links up to there. that go anywhere? It did not. Okay. Sounds like we're having fun. We're having something. Oh, shit. Okay. Alright, those can be extinguished. Oh yeah, we can extinguish anything. That's fine. Ah. As long as there is light, it does the thing. Very well. Can we get behind it? We need to we need to extinguish that bridge somehow. What do you reckon? Do you reckon that looks down on that bridge and that will allow us to extinguish the bridge? I'd say so. Portal my way across. Yeah. Okay. Maybe, yeah, because we don't know how to get up to the upper floors. That's the next thing we need to figure out. We need to go up. We need to figure out how to get to the upper floors. However, I will look closer into how to do that now I have a reason to. Now we know that we need to get onto the upper floor in order to progress. That is a reason for me to actually try and figure that out. Let's go through here and illuminate the other area. I'm just going to have another look at the tower and see if the tower has anything more to do with it. I don't think it does. No, the tower has no additional connections. Very well. Bridge. There's a guy up there. I can see someone walking around. That explains why I heard the clumping footsteps. There's the lift that we rode down. That's where we came in. There's someone there as well. I think we need to go down there underground and go up to here. I think we do need to get past that tower before anything else. Where have I stopped? Oh, there. Ooh. Okay. Oh. Is that the... Yeah. Oh, hello. Sorry. Whew. Well. There must be a way to extinguish the bridge, and it must be on the lower floors. I need to look at the lower level more. There must be something there, something I'm not seeing in the dark. However, I'm going to go put the kettle on. I'll be right back. Okay. That was well timed. That took exactly the amount of time it took for the kettle to boil. Huh? Ooh, Selhurst Grey. Thank you very much for the subscription, my dude. Thank you for the Prime. And enjoy the very limited things that I provide. However, if you're interested in the tech, you are now in the cool kids room of the tech Discord, if that's your jam. Otherwise, if it's not your jam, thanks for the sub anyway. Whoop, let's go. Have we got anything new on the ship's log? Yes. I found the remains of a burnt-out building on the outskirts of the village. Fine. Nothing particularly interesting, no. Jammy Dodgers, yay or nay? Nay, I say. I'm not into the kind of jam that's on them. It's too just... It's not really jam. It's just sort of coagulated sugar, per se. Oh. Oh, please don't fall out the airlock. There we go. That'll do. Like, they're not vile. You know, I'm not going to throw them out the window if I'm starving. But I would not pick them up in the supermarket. Push. I will not stand for this jammy dodger hate. I take it you're a jammy dodger then. Bloody hell, that was a good skip, wasn't it? I'm trying to min-max the path across here, get them speedrun strats going. Push! Push! Away! Next you'll be telling me you don't like party rings. Oh, party rings I've got time for. It's not something I buy, but I've always been a party ring fan. Hobnobs will always be the best biscuit, though. Right, we are making progress now. We know exactly where we need to be. And we're doing a pretty good job of min-maxing the route to get there. Oop. Whoop. What is a jammy dodger? It is a soft biscuit that has a sugary jam in the center of it. Whoops. You will find them at the store. Okay. Welcome back to the spooky zone. So, we need to find ways to get down low. How do we go down? Was there a way down along there? There was not. Okay. Going to do a steady scan along here now. This takes us down. Nope, damn it. Come back. Are we trying to get past the statue? We are. We need to get rid of this bridge. I don't know how to turn these lights off. have a far-fetched theory. Slink, have you seen any of the DLC? Because I know you've played the base game. Just double checking, because like my rules for input are for people who haven't played this game before, we're playing it together. For people who've seen the game before, you're an observer, if you see what I mean. Only what I've played of it. Oh, fair enough then. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, pre-revenue reckons I need to be up top. Do you mean like the upper floor, or do you mean this middle ring? Because my theory is I cannot get to the upper floor without going down there first. What's through here? Oh, this brings us out to here. Okay. Yeah, share with me your far-fetched theory, Slink. Five losses later and you quit. Yeah. Co-op to victory. That's why I'm largely quiet while you play. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair, hairdryer. What if after the dam breaks and we get the partial tilt, that somehow creates a gap? You know, it might do. I don't think we've been down there after the partial tilt. I can jump off this ledge. I don't think that's the solution, though. Yeah. We've not been there after the... I don't think I've been there after the tilt. I don't think the partial tilt is enough to change anything significant. I'm going to keep looking, though, and once the dam is broken, we'll definitely go and make sure we look down there. I'm going to have another look down here and see if there's anything else we can do in this area. Because when we come down here, it does get us to another spot. Not yet, Sanity Sword, although I appreciate the offer. We'll wait until we're genuinely stuck. I'm going to have another look over here, because actually that building does come round again. Maybe we can see some... Now I actually know what I'm actually trying to achieve. Maybe I'll spot something else from over here. This is a long shot. But, like, this is taking us in the right direction. But, no, we're too far out. This is too poignant to not mean anything. Nope. I have a suspicion that you guys are on the right lines with something occurring after the tilt, but yeah. It can't be at the point where the tower falls over because there's no time. There's absolutely no time for anything at that point. Right. What are those steps over there? We go around again. Anything happen in this world when the power flicker happens? Not that I've observed. The power flicker is very faint in the waking world. Right, that's here. Jumping down there does not do anything. We tried that and it didn't really do us any favors. There's the steps. Can't extinguish those. That's the dam. Now's the time to observe. It rights itself. There was a tilt, but it rights itself. I can't imagine that anything significant happens in that moment. Right, we can't step in the water. That won't work. Let's leave to a safe spot. Yeah. No, it was a good shout. It was worth looking for. There's something light on the back of the thing there. Oh, it was my cursor. I'm an idiot. Check the projector during the tilt. I don't think so. Nothing happens with that. I mean, I could go back and check it now when the tilt has occurred, because it does look at the tower, but no, I don't think so. I am going to look again into looking at the upper floors. Okay, there's nothing else here. You got banned from a lame streamer. You don't know why. Fair enough. Yeah. Man, it's right there. Such a short distance. Let's light... No, we know that lighting that up doesn't do us anything. Can't be a matter of just extinguishing every candle. I can't see that being a thing. What if... what if I went into the lower area and extinguished the candles in the tower? Because we still haven't figured out what that's doing. Maybe that is changing something. Now we know what this all looks like in a normal state. I should go and put those candles out again and see if anything has changed. Yeah, okay. That's a plan. And I think if this doesn't get us anywhere, we might take one of them hints. Because there's nothing else I can think of that I can do other than solve this. So let's go this way. Alright. This does summon a raft, doesn't it? It does. That raft would not take me anywhere useful. Nothing at the bottom of the stairs. So let's go up into the tower again. How sure am I? I'm not sure. I'm 95% certain that that raft will take me to one of the other shadow areas. Okay. I can't see this changing anything. Whatever that is to do with the tower itself, I think. Goes to the rest of the world. Yeah. I don't think extinguishing those candles is going to change anything in the village. But there's only one way to find out. Nothing visual has changed there. And the bridge is still illuminated, so if anything has changed, it hasn't done anything. We haven't come against any closed doors that we haven't. There's no closed doors that we're trying to deal with at the moment. It's just how we get past that sodding alarm bell. The transmitter on top looks intact, whereas it was broken in the Stranger Tower. This is correct, but we haven't figured out what if anything, those do either. Yeah, fine. What is my understanding on the towers? Well, a reasonable amount of stuff. Let's just go ahead and meditate. The towers are joining stuff together, but okay, first spoiler. Am I correct that I need to get past that alarm tower in order to progress any further? Or is there something else that I could be going and doing right now? Something else. Okay. There's several other things to do. Okay. That's fine. What else have we got? We haven't got any new information. Secluded village nestled within a cove. Candlelit Tower sits atop of a nearby island. The well at the bottom of the village is guarded by a statue that activates an alarm bell when it sees me. I found the remains of a burned out building on the outskirts of the village. I reached the tower's upper floors by projecting a path to a second entrance at the back of the tower. Yeah, so we reached the tower's upper floors. I think I need to look at the tower again. I need to go to the upper floors of the tower and look at the configuration of the lights in the tower. What else have we got? I should go and look from the lodge as well. And make sure there's nothing else I can do there. How many DLCs are there to this game? Just the one, I believe. Okay. Let's go look at the tower IRL. It's a head scratcher, though. It's definitely a head scratcher. Bonk. Like a glove. A real chin stroker. It sure is. Yeah. Well, I'm gonna... rather than sort of ask for directions, I think what might be more helpful at the moment is for me to eradicate what is a distraction. Hence why I'm saying, do I need to figure out that alarm tower now? Because if the answer to that had been yes, it would have been a case of, okay, well, let's keep banging our head against that then. However, since there's other stuff we can do, we should go look elsewhere. The problem is I'm not really sure what else I can do at the moment, so I might need more. Because also, like, you know, I can get more information at the tower here, but I'm not sure if I'm not sure if that is really what people were in visiting. Have I visited all the fireplaces? I have visited all the fireplaces. So what do we know about the other fireplaces? The one in the Hidden Gorge. We are stuck with that one. We're stuck with that one. I'm going to go to the low point. Hang on a minute. I need to go... I think I should go and look at... balls, I'm doing this wrong. I need to go and look at the one from the lowland area again that I call the lodge. Because that one, so far as I can tell, serves no purpose. Are we going to do it from here? Yeah, let's do this. Yeah, no, that's alright. That's alright, Grimvalder. I appreciate people not just telling me things. As I say, I'll ask for information when I want it, and I know that that can be super frustrating for those of you guys who know the answer. But for all of us here who are figuring this out as we watch it, it'll be all the sweeter if we manage to get there ourselves. Alright, so these are lamps. And whereas in the other place, they're not. And like in the other place, we have looked at that one, haven't we? I must have looked at that. Right, what have we got here? So that one is out, and in the other place, that candle isn't lit either. I don't see anything. I don't see anything here that looks out of place. The picture is different. It is. The other one did have a picture of the tower, but it didn't have the green fire below it, did it? Whew. Let's go and look at the top floor again. It's different at the top as well. Okay. I'm going to go back to the lodge, and I'm going to snooze there, I think. Oh, that's kind of a pain to get to from here, because it's there. We've got to go all the way around to get to it. I wonder if I could hoof it across there, actually. I might try and do that. Oh, that's a long way. No, it'll be faster just to ride the raft all the way around again. I think I need to go and look there just so I can ascertain that there's nothing to find, because so far as I can tell there's nothing there, and I find that very difficult to believe. Also, have we looked at this one? We must have looked at this. There's no way I didn't find this. Let's go and look at it again, just in case. We did. Yeah. Yeah, okay. That's fine. I won't waste time then. I would have found it very, very hard to believe that I could have come here and not spotted it in the box. The ship's log shows the slide reels, so we should be able to confirm that. Might be good to refresh my memory on it. Yeah. Okay, let's put that there. Yeah, actually, that's a good point, because whatever this is, it probably relates to the tower, so that might hold the information that I'm looking for, that I can make sense of now I understand why I want that information. Bit annoying that I've had to leave my artifact, but we can go back for it if we need to. That's fine. There'll be a lantern in the tower. What I need is a projection room, and I'm not sure where the nearest one is. That maybe. Are you a projection room? Yes, you are. Good. Lantern. Is there a lantern near here? Nope. To the tower we go. The strangest, funniest home videos. Oh no. It's just a guy falling off the side into the edge. And in the next one we see that they've actually put up guardrails. What's the dam up to? The dam is going to go at any moment. I don't think we're going to do that much exploring on this run. Right now, I think we're more focused on figuring out what we need to do next. Okay. Advance. They go into the tower. He points at the planet itself. So that's the hint that the planet marks the secret door. They go into the other places, into the 3 chambers. And that's it. Okay. That doesn't actually tell me anything I didn't already know. Very well. Nope. Did the dam just go while I was watching that? No, it didn't. The tower just looks off kilter from here. Okay. I need to grab my artifact and try and get to... I don't think there's time to go to the lodge now. Nope. I'm going to go and investigate the lodge one more time. Tino's. And then, if I can't determine anything from there, then I'm going to ask for a hint. Because I'm definitely out of ideas. Just going to try, like, one last thing. Annoyingly, I think this is a rip run because I don't think I've got time. I want to go to... I don't think we have time to go to the lodge now. This isn't going to work either, I don't think. Oh, I think the current is calm enough here. I'm fairly certain the dam is going to bust while we're on our way to the lodge, though. Should have picked up another one somewhere. Blech. Right, let's go. This is very annoying. We need to go all the way around, I think. See if we can pick up some speed at least. Where am I? Oh, this is just the broken area. That's fine. I'm beginning to think I should have another look back up there and just review that location with knowledge that I have now that I didn't have the last time I was there. Uh-oh. Well, goodbye, Lodge. Wah! Oh, that's unfortunate. Yeah, this is a bust now. Can't do anything there. Yeah. Okay, that's fine. Okay. Yeah, meditate. Let's go look at the lodge again, which is what I was trying to do there, but I ran out of time because yeah. I don't like. Yeah, we're doing a lot of just throwing everything at the wall and seeing what sticks at the moment, but I will be happier if we do that and then figure it out. What did I say I wanted to check as well? Oh yeah, I wanted to check the weird kind of temple place. This way. I'm not pretending to be dumb right now, I can tell you that much. Ooh. That's genuinely the best way to land in this place, I swear. Ah. I think the ship... yeah, kind of. I can't remember what the control is to roll the ship. Got it. Right, where are we going? There. So let's park the ship up at this dock. I really hope at some point we're able to read what's on the signs, because that would also be useful. Okay. So we've entered from here at once, but that was also when we were still kind of figuring out what was going on. The flame is lit. I'm going to look back this direction first. Oh yeah, there's steps there and there's gangways there. So what's this? Oh, this is here. Okay. I think this is just observation. What's that bit over there, I wonder? Okay, this way. So, for posterity, we extinguish that, and that door is now open, which means that we can now get to the raft point and summon a raft. However, what else is over here? Because if we summon a raft, we go to the next area down the river. And thus far... But that would mean that there's nothing here, and I find that very difficult to believe. Let's hug the right-hand wall here and adjust my hat. I can see in the dark a lot better if I duck my hat, my brim below the camera light. There's a lot of land here. Seems to be a whole lot of nothing, though. Can I climb up there? No, I don't think that's intended. This brings us back to where we started from, I think. Yeah, okay. That's kind of a tunnel. Did we come up here? I don't remember this bit. This looks like there should be a bridge or a join or something here. We're getting off the beaten path again. Following the candles seems to be the way forward. Aha, hello. I don't recognize this. Alright. Bridge created. We can drop down there. That's good. This gets us to the lodge. We saw this building at the start of the stream and I was like, how do I get there? There's a man. Who are you? Tell me your secrets. Right, we'll head in that direction in a minute. That another one. They're all still out here, aren't they? I'm going the opposite direction that I want to go in right now, but I just want to see where what else is out here. There's a lot out here that I did not spot the first time round. Oh! God damn it. Okay, we can get back there. That's okay. Ah. a shortcut across now that we know that it's here. This place is huge. This was the one where I was like, oh, there's nothing there. Should have known. I see torches in the gloom. Hello? Oh. Oh! Phew. Hello? Are you cool with me? No, you're not cool. Please don't hurt me. Hello? Oh. Oof. He was not impressed to see me. Okay. Ah. That was some kind of friend. And it was a friend who didn't want to be... It was a friend who didn't want to meet me. Which way were we going? The big bridge. Firstly... Well, we can get back to where we were. Okay, let's go across the bridge and hang a right this time instead of wandering around in the woods. Yeah, he didn't like my scented candle. It was a Yankee candle with like a packet Walker's Crisps flavor or something like that. Oh, there's literally nothing over here. Okay, I literally had to go in this direction anyway. Very well. Prawn cocktail. Yeah, let's go with that, because prawn cocktail, I don't dislike the flavour prawn cocktail, but my god, it doesn't have a good smell. The humming is kind of spooky. It is a bit, isn't it? Alright, so I think I might need to avoid the boys. I did try concealing, but don't know if that was actually helpful. I'm going to track along the shoreline here. Can I follow him? The dam's burst. That's unfortunate. Damn indeed. We can get there without going from the lodge. we can get to that spot without resting at the lodge. We can go to either. We can do either of them. Going from the cliffside chamber is the fastest, I think. Or is it? We'd have to move. Yeah, we do have to sleep from the lodge in order to open the access to the lodge. However, if I sleep at the lodge and then move, I get the whole time period. But then we lost a lot of time just exploring. We might have enough time without having to move positions. Yeah. They're all trapped, aren't they? Okay, let's go... No. The normal way. That's how I park my car. Right, I have a plan. I'm going to... I don't know if this is necessary, but I'm going to do it anyway just to maximize my time. We're going to go to the lodge, and we're going to open the access to the lodge, then we're going to move somewhere else to make sure we don't get caught short when the dam bursts. Shit. I want to save that. There we go. Maybe that's what they saw in the Eye of the Universe. They realized that the end of the universe was imminent, and that's why they've done this. That's why they all went into slumber. Right, okay. Left? No, right. Okay. Now that's open. Now that's open, I can come through from another tower. Bin it into the water. And... Hi guys. Don't mind me. There. Bloody... Parthians cannot jump. Also, I have a jetpack, so I don't need to get the jump right. Hecking heck. So... Sploosh. Right, I would like to go to the cliffside town. I could do this from the... tower. The cliffside town will give me the most time. I'll get like another minute or two. Not by much though. I think I'll go to the tower. just because I think any time that I lose by using the tower, I'll make up by it being very close by. However, yeah. See, in the dream world, we'll need to go all the way around on the river. Okay. Dozing off. So now I need to go up here and illuminate the lower part of the tower. I'm not sure if this is worth the hassle I'm going to. I may well be losing, like, I may well be losing all the time I'm making up by going to this trouble. The amount of time this setup is taking me, I could be there by now. But the dam bursts like halfway through the cycle, so I think this setup will actually get me another 5 minutes. Probably quicker from cliffside. Yeah, maybe. Where's the thing? There it is. Does cliffside flood? No, it doesn't. Cliffside, you can be there to the very end of the cycle. From the tower here, we get to until like 60 seconds. We get to the start of the music, basically. Oh god, it went a bit sideways. Right, where are we coming in? Okay, this is cliffside. So we just power straight through here, and then we'll come out at the woodlands again. Meow. Oh no, this is here as well. The reservoir. If we get turbo stuck, we should look at the that vault again. I'm 99% certain there's nothing to learn there at this point of the game. Right, here we go. And here's the door that we opened from the other side. And that's the end of the setup. So, probably harrowingly long-winded. Oh shit, we need the path to be illuminated as well. So in that case, if we go up here, we'll see if we can find the hand. We know it's there. There. Now we're looking for lanterns in the woods. I think. Lanterns in the woods. It looks like this cycle runs. It looks like this guy appears the moment you arrive at the woods. So he'll be there as soon as you need him to be. Yeah, that's the thing. When you know exactly where to go in this game, it's all there. They're just very good at concealing things. Like, that transport hand we took, that completely negates the need to illuminate that bridge, which is a massive time saver, but you'll never find that hand if you don't know it's there. Following? Oh. Hello? No, you're not cool with me being here. Okay. Ah! Alright. Yeah, so we need to not be seen by any of them. That's fine. We know the route. I wonder if I could run it, if I can get ahead of him. Where the hell am I? No, I'm in the wrong place now. This setup wasn't worth it, because now I can't get back to the woods quickly. Well, they all die when the dam bursts, though. It would seem that way. Okay, the setup wasn't worth it. Whatever we learn there, we need to do it quick. I should have gone there before. I shouldn't have bothered with the convoluted setup unless I knew I needed it. Gotta wait for their flames to extinguish. Yeah, I think you're right. Like, I went all the way to the top of the stairs without the guy in front of the fireplace seeing me. So there's clearly a gap there. I also didn't look around the building. I just followed the dude to see where he was going. But what we've established is that they're real and they're there and they're still alive, which confirms that every time we've been in other places and seen silhouettes and wanderers, we know that they're actually real things. Whoop. You think the setup is required, and then you have to wait for their flames to go out? Yeah. Yeah, I suppose they probably would be. Although, yeah. There was a lot of them, though. They could beat me up. Yeah. I'm going to try it without the setup first, because we get a decent amount of time. And again, that setup, it takes too long. Like, oh god. Speaking of taking too long. Oop. Off. Oop. Oh. Oh, that's fine. We'll be all right. Artifact acquired. Has the raft gone? It has. That's fine. Oh, this is... yeah, this is way faster. It's a complete... it's completely unnecessary to get back on the raft just to skip over to this spot. Now we know. Wrong one. Doze off. Right, let's go. It's been kind of slow progress tonight. I don't really think we've achieved very little in my opinion. Like, we've barely gotten any ship log entries, but I feel like I've greatly expanded my understanding of this area, which is which I think is a prerequisite for actually solving it. I wonder if I can get ahead of this guy, just so we don't have to follow him into the tunnel. You'd have to beeline it in front of him. I don't know how far ahead he can see. The lantern implies that he doesn't see very far ahead. I think I'll put that to the test on the next cycle. Or failing that, we're probably going to have to come down here more than once. And I'd wager that when we come back down here, he won't be there. Muffled rap music in the distance. It sounds like pirate music, doesn't it? We need a heavy metal remix of it. A good shanty, yeah. Right, he's going that way. I'll go this way. Oh, I won't go that way. Right. Goes that way. Turns off his lantern. They're coming at me. No! 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 Okay. Whew. There's a lot of them in that room. Like, all of them. Hope you don't mind some advice. You're going to build around Ryzen 7. What MOBO would I suggest? B550 or X570. Depending on what your budget will do. Personally, I like the higher end B550 motherboards. I think they're better bang for buck. I don't think X570 is worth it unless you're anticipating having a lot of PCI Express stuff plugged in. If you're just doing a bog standard gaming rig, which doesn't actually have a lot on it, B550 is all you really need. X570 will give you more USB ports and stuff like that, but again, probably not necessary. I've taken a wrong turn. We need to go along here to find the underground passage. Oh, it's over here. This is it. Right, is the chap going to be there? He is. Okay, I'm going to try and get ahead of him. Because that'll be one fewer. Here it is. Which brand? I like the Asus B550 Strix boards are very nice. There's also a Gigabyte. There's also a Gigabyte Aorus Elite V2, I think, which is a good one at the moment. Ask in the Discord later on if you're a bit stuck. Okay, right. What now? There was nothing over there. There is a door or something on the left of this chap. If I unconceal now... I don't think anything happens. Sup? They know I'm here. Are they drawn to the light? Oh. Oh! Oh. Thanks. The chap caught up with me. Oops. Oh, we skipped a lot of time then. I think we're okay. We get a lot of swings at this, at least. So I can just keep rolling this until I figure it out. Kind of don't feel bad when their flames get extinguished. Oh, they're alright, really. Her dryer was right. I've kind of just sort of, you know... Imagine you're some kind of ancient spacefaring race who sort out their destiny only to find that it kind of sucked. And so you've come out here for a quiet retirement, and then a weird four-eyed frog dude rocks up, and it's just like, sup? Basically a streamer going for a Liani Landcool 2 mesh. That's a good case. I've got one in the shop. It's a very nice case. Is there anything from the way where that guy comes from? Maybe. That might be worth a look at some point. I'm going to just charge through here. I'm going to storm through here. Here we go. Sup? Hey, everyone. Okay. That's where the staircase is. This place is a dead end until the dam bursts, you think. Oops. Oh no, you're right. Yeah, I've just understood what you're saying about the setup and waiting for the dam to burst. I've actually just clicked what the ramifications of that are. Because I was just like, yeah, well, they all die when it's the end of the universe. They're all going to go anyway. But you're right, these guys are the first to go, and halfway through the cycle, the dam will burst, and they will be gone. And then that building will be empty. Where's the light in the woods? Oh, I've gone all kinds of the wrong way. Can I get around here? Thanks. over here and across there. Yeah, so that being the case, we do actually need the complicated setup. I was right. I'm going to follow the path back to where the chap comes from. Is this the path? Oh, speak of the devil. Ah, I think this is where the chap comes from. I think he comes from over here. Okay. The half complicated. You can use the cliffside temple. Yeah, well, we still need to do the initial setup. It doesn't matter whether we use the tower or the cliffside. We still need to go to the lodge first in order to unlock it. Oh, I sneezed and jumped back by 22 minutes. Go ahead, Paige. Yeah, the complicated setup is complicated whether we use the tower or the cliffside. Both of them require us to go to the lodge first, which is why it's complicated. We'll do the cliffside just to see if it's any easier, but I have a suspicion it'll be more or less the same. Is there a green fire in the tower that's tall enough and it's not in harm's way when the dam breaks? Yes. The tower... I mean, the tower stays intact and the cliffside stays intact. It's the lodge that floods. The tower does flood, but not until like 60 seconds before the end of the cycle. So it's basically irrelevant. To all intent and purpose, the tower does not flood. Because you're literally out of time by the time it floods anyway. Hello, Dual Caribou. As soon as we have the setup, we can move on. Yeah. You know, I don't think it's even worth getting this thing out. Ooh. The jetpack is very fun when you get the hop, skip, and the jump going. Eh. You reckon the tilt's important? I don't think it is, personally. But I'm going to keep an open mind about it. We'll keep an eye out for anything that might tilt or something like that. I mean, like, you're not... You know, you may well still be onto something with your theory about the weird telescope. Wrong way, I need to go this way. We need to get that door unlocked. Yeah, the other thing as well is that, again, that... yeah, maybe. You might be right, but... Again, I'm keeping an open mind. Yeah, we just need to bin the flame. There we go. The thing is open. Whoop. Alright, so we need to move somewhere else. Oh, this is why we want to actually bring the raft down here, because now we don't have a raft. Is there another raft I can use? There's one up there. Oh, shit. No, there isn't. Shit. Oh, this is annoying. Okay. Alright, so for ideal setup, we do want to move the raft downstream. I wonder whether we can just nudge it so it'll find its own way there. Or actually, if I'd just flown to it straight away, we probably would have been alright. Yeah. No, no, we don't need to do anything different there. That's fine. I think pushing it off the shore when we first enter is all we need to do. The B550, the Rogstrix B550 XE, yeah, I'm a fan of that one. That's got Wi-Fi on it as well, which is not I mean, on a stream PC, you'll be connected by Ethernet, but having Wi-Fi is a really nice thing to have on any PC anyway. Plus, also, modern Wi-Fi modules typically have Bluetooth built into them as well, so there's plenty of reasons to have it. I think the B550 XE normally clocks in at around about 200-ish pounds as well, which I think is reasonable for a premium motherboard. Again, there are cheaper boards out there, but if you're looking for a good investment motherboard, I think that's it. Alright, here we go. Oh, hang on a sec. This is the tower. Oh, I cocked up. We'll roll with this because I'm here now. I meant to go down to Cliffside, but yeah, we'll roll with this now. Mainly because at some point you might take Wi-Fi is useful because you might take it to a friend's house. You might go to a small LAN party. You might want to tether it to your phone. You know, you might move it somewhere where there's just no cable at some point. Not long term, just short term. It's just utility, really. The Bluetooth can be a very nice thing to have, though. Again, just it's one of those things where you'll rarely need it, but when you need it, you need it. Most of the time, a Wi-Fi board is like 10 or 20 pounds more. And on the investment of a whole PC, I think that's worthwhile. You can still work through this. Yes, we can make this work. We're still good, I think. Yeah, the stranger as a concept is fantastic. I love it. Hack your neighbor's Wi-Fi printer. You probably could. Printers are hilariously low security. Yeah. However, all that being said, like I said, I wouldn't consider Wi-Fi to be critical. However, most modern motherboards, there is a Wi-Fi version that typically costs 10 or 20 pounds more. So for that little bit extra, you've got it, you know. This is the long ride. This is the bit where we lose a lot of time, and I think this is the reason why it's faster to go to. I think it is quicker to get to Cliffside. Are GPUs as hard to find in the EU as the US? Yes and no. They're out there, but you got to pay dearly for them. I think second-hand is the way forward these days, but again, you've kind of got to try your luck for when a good price comes up on a second-hand one. But it's pretty bad, though, yes. Intel AX210 at Mauser is £15. That's not bad. Yeah. Then it's an add-on, though. It's really nice having it built into the motherboard, in my opinion. Right. In we go. And across we go. This way. I'd argue you'd have to wait for them to die before going to the cathedral place now. Oh, yeah. Yes. That was what we were planning on doing. So actually, is there anything else I can be doing in the meantime? No, we're actually... I should probably wake up and doze a bit longer at the fireplace. Yeah. I should have done it before I came over here. Yeah, I'll just have to look around and burn some time now. We'll use this as an opportunity to explore. We'll know when the dam goes, so we'll hear it. Let's explore this way. Nothing. Ah, they're constant. Alright. Oh, shit. Okay, that doesn't matter. Whew. Okay, that's fine. I fell off into the water while I was trying to hide from the dude. Round we go again. Yeah. I tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to move to the cliffside edge because we've got all the time in the world. So we can move to the cliffside and just check that out. And just check the route. Yeah. I need to wait for the dam to burst. So this is a good opportunity to test the route. Let's see. Yeah, that is correct. DBWRW. It's a tiny little slot up top with the rear IO. I don't know whether it's replaceable per se. It is modular. It's just awkward to find. Have I gone the wrong way? No, that's where I need to be. Yes, I've gone the wrong way. I have screwed it. Yep, okay. We're going all the way around. We're going all the way around. It doesn't matter. It's going to take this long for the dam to burst anyway. We've still got quite a long time for the dam burst. We've got at least 5 minutes by my count. We've got a 3060 Ti for 620. I don't want to say that's good value for money, but that's how much you gotta pay. Oh. Well then. Raft. Okay, well the bad news is we're not in position. Wow, that raft is going on a journey. Is it coming back? There is our raft. I don't know if it's the same one. Physics! Yeah, when the crane disappeared, I was just like, oh, that's a bit weird. Oh, there we go. Alright. Okay, this is unfortunate. We don't have quite as much time as I thought we did. Right, I'm actually going to go for the tower again. Because the cliffside is going to be really hard to get to. Now half of that is washed away. Ugh! Nailed it. Yes, indeed. The Aldeers are no more, so off we go. Check the Asus GB store. Oh, nice. That's a good shout. I'll keep that in mind for next time. Right, what do I need? I need a raft. Should be a few guys still awake. Potentially, yeah. However, well, we don't know where they are. That's the thing. We just know that however many of them that are in that room are now dead. And the last couple will go at the same time as when the tower floods. Yeah. You know, I think Cliffside is the answer for a completely clear run. But if that's the case, whatever it is that we need to see, we will see in literally the last 60 seconds. Because the tower floods when the music starts. Ugh, this is frustrating. It's very time consuming doing this run. This is very time consuming to do. However, I feel like we're onto something though. Might be Cliffside if you need that last 60 seconds. Yeah, it's just a question on when we get back to the the Citadel. It depends how many guys are still there. And it might be there's just one dude left who's right in the way. Trying to get a 3090. Yeah. The expensive... Whoops, wrong way. The expensive cards are attainable in the UK. I had a client who picked up a 3080 Ti from somewhere, but he did have to pay 1,800 quid for it. So he paid through the nose, but he was able to just buy it clean and clear. And, you know, he said, oh, should I buy this? And I was like, if you want it now... If you want it now, that's how much you're going to have to pay. It's not the cheapest way to get it, and it's not the best value way to get it, but if you want it now, that's how much it costs. Where's the thing? It's here somewhere. Balls. Okay, there's the... Oh, we're at the wrong... Okay. Follow the path. Man, we're losing a lot of time. Notice that there's no path walker, though. I'm losing faith in this rapidly. Oh, shit, I'm lost. Oh, I'm all turned around in the dark. Okay, where's the building? Where are we trying to get to? Because we can figure it out from there. Let's go back to here. think if I track along the side here, I can find it. Oh, come on. Oh, we're losing time. We're losing so much time. I've screwed it. I've lost it. I've got myself turned around in the dark. Right, what is this? Okay, here's the viewing platform. Let's just scan around the edges. Okay, hang on a sec. It's near a big tree. Thanks. Gosh, heck it. Right. Here's where we come in, and we go in this direction. We come across the path. And then it's between some of the trees. This is the path. It must be here. It must be here somewhere. That's the end of this. Unbelievable. That's it. That sucks, man. That sucks hardcore. Ugh, okay. That was very unfortunate. That's very frustrating. All that waiting, and I screwed it at the last minute there. That's okay. Right, that's fine. We'll do the setup again, and we go to the cliffside. And hopefully, if I just walk in and just walk true... There are still other things I could be doing. Okay, that's... I'm going to figure this out because I think I've got this... This is something that I can do, and I feel like I know how to do this. I just need to not screw it up. Whoops. Take that. I'm trying to think. I think I'm going to run this one more time. But while I'm doing this, I'm trying to think what else I have to work with. Seems a bit wonky just waiting somewhere for something to happen. There's been times where you've had to do that in this game. It wouldn't be the first time we've had to do that. Bonk. Actually, right. Ah. Oh my god. Push. Move the raft along just so it puts down in the right place. It does bother me that yeah, it does bother me that we're sort of going through a very convoluted system here. I have been thinking that for like the past hour, but I'm actually not sure what else to do. And I'm kind of just doing this because the alternative is asking for a hint. Light candles? Yeah. I mean, the timing isn't that tight. Because we're doing, you know, like, I'm not actually having to rush that much because we've got to wait for the... Oh, there we go. We've got to do that, and then we've got to move positions anyway. So now we're in no rush, because now we're literally just waiting for the dam to burst. However, I'm going to go to... I need to jump in the sea. Right. So we need to move to the cliffside now. And we've got loads of time to get there. And we'll see what else we can find at the cliffside while we're there and waiting for the dam to burst. Yes. That. Sploosh. Popped out chat is the best thing since you've figured it exists. Yeah. I can also doze off for longer. I can indeed. Yeah. Going all the way down. Oh no, we need to be over there. That's why I missed the turning. Can we still cut through? I think I can. Yeah, boys. We're on our way. That's why I missed the turning. Let's try and slow down a bit, because we need to go a hard right here. Hard to starboard! Okay. Right, that's where I need to be. One of these lifts can be called down. I'm guessing it's this one. Oh, yeah. Whoop. Ascend. There's the power interruption. Still don't know what that is. Okay. Hi, guys. Right, I'm going to wait like 2 minutes. They're not dead, they're just somewhere else. Oh, that was a mistake, because this place has a really long setup that I have forgotten to refamiliarize myself with. It's not that long, I don't think. We'll figure it out. I think there's more to learn here that I'm probably capable of doing as well. What's that over there? Have we been over there? I'm not sure if we have. There's a lift. Okay. That's something to investigate. I'm not sure if I've been over there. Right, we need to go that way. So we need to go this way. We need to go this way. We go up. And over to the back. Is it in here? Yeah, this is it. This is a lot more difficult to set up than the tower is. But we do get the most time. Critically, we'll get that last 60 seconds if that's relevant in any way. Right, what's out here? Oh, this is the lift that we want anyway. Okay, yeah, this spot over here was nothing. That's fine. There is nothing to learn here. Okay. Yeah. Speaking of which... Okay. So, if we want to be super efficient, I want to snooze for about a minute. Oh man, I just heard it. We still need to go through here anyway. The cliffside setup sucks. Yeah. But... yeah. Now we know, though. We needed to take the time to test it. You love all the darkness they put into it. It's okay. I'm not a fan of dark stuff. Mainly when I'm streaming because it's difficult to see with the camera light on. So I inherently dislike dark games for that reason. Or if by darkness you're referring to the spookiness. Which way? This way. We actually tried to pet the dead. Oh no. Right, this is the bit I need to not screw up. Right, it was vaguely in this direction. We need to go over here. I think this is it. Or is it? No. God damn it. It's here. It's close. God. Ah. I almost feel like I need to come back here when the guy's walking around just so I can see the route again. I found it like 2 or 3 times just without even trying, and now I can't find it. The problem is I can't see the lodge from here. Right, what's that over there? So if that's the lodge we're trying to get to, we can figure it out. Yeah, that's the lodge. Okay, so therefore it must be along here somewhere. Because we're trying to go to the right. There it is. Got it. Alright. Alright, we lost time there. Hopefully we didn't lose too much time. Yeah, planet's visible. It's quite close from here, actually. Then it was quiet. Okay, right. It took me 2 hours, but we have arrived. Watch there be nothing here. Watch there be absolutely nothing here. If the only thing we've learned is that they don't want me here, I'm gonna be really hecking sad. You're joking. There must be something here. There must be something to learn here. That's very disappointing. There's literally nothing here. Not even a hint. Not even a sliver. Well, we're at the end of the stream. And I can't believe there's nothing to find here. But it's also taken me a ridiculous amount of time to get here because of convoluted means. And I know that was my fault. But it was kind of a case of, come on, you know, like, look, there was a house full of the dudes. There had to have been something here, right? Yeah, out of sequence. Maybe. I mean, we can't come here in the first half because we get discovered. That much is clear. We tried that. We can sit here and wait for the end of the cycle, but I can't think that there's anything else that will change. The dam has already burst. Oh! Couldn't tell you why I thought that would do something, but that was the only thing in the room. Don't tell me I lucked into that. That was systematic. If you know there is something in the room, you rub your face on every wall in that room until you find it. No, I'm taking full credit for that. Okay. There's a lot to find here and not a lot of time. I wonder if we could rush this room before the dam breaks. Because there is a lot to unpack here. Okay, what does this do? It projects. Look at all these slides, man. There's tons of them. Okay. What's this? Open. It's an island. It's one of the islands in the thing. Hang on a sec. Let me get my thingamajig. Alright. It's an island with a little bit to the side of it. Okay, fine. How do we reach those places? I think those might be decoration. I don't know if I can actually get across to there. Oh no, hang on a sec. Stuff. When we put those down, that bridge appeared, so there's probably ways of getting up to those. Okay, let's start with what we can do. Let's start with this. I think we are crap out of time, but let's see what we can do. Alright, so, the home world. You like to see those slides before the sun explodes? Yeah. Well, I don't think this is the last time we're going to come here. Right. Solar system, our solar system, either universe. It emits a wave. It broadcasts a signal. People see the signal. And the dude is like, I see the eye. And he's like, oh my god, look at this. And they hack down their home world. They destroyed their entire homeworld to build the stranger. Off they go. Wow. They didn't just travel here, they sacrificed everything to get here. Okay, projection. He's going along the river like we've done. Loading. Comes into the next area. He's He jumps off the raft in the middle of the tunnel. And there's a very unpleasant noise when he does that. Where exactly was he? The planet is visible. Planet is visible. There's cliffs with trees on top. Is that in a specific tunnel or just a tunnel? Okay, I don't know what that means. Can we get to any more of these slides? Oh. Shit. I fell off because I couldn't see. You've been living in a dream world, Neo. I don't think I could get to those other slide reels. I think they were just background. Yeah, I don't think there was actually anything else there. For a minute, it looked like there was a whole room full of them. But I don't know about you guys, but I couldn't see any way to get to them. And there were shelves of them. Like, you know, there was 20 on each shelf and 5 shelves, you know. There's no way we were supposed to look at all of those. We saw significant information there. We could get there again. I'm tempted to try and... I think we're at the end of the cycle anyway. There can't be that much time left. I'm curious as to see if we can get to that room before the dam breaks just by rushing. Like, just charge through the fireplace. They are background, you lucked them. Yeah, that's cool. That tallies with what I thought then. So I want to try doing that just to see what happens. I think we saw all we needed to know there. That what we saw was, A, we need to jump off in a tunnel. Ah, there goes the tower. Yeah, no, there was no time. Okay, so we need to jump off in a tunnel and see what happens. Then we need to... And we also learned that was the reason why they didn't just go home. That was the reason why they concealed the stranger and put themselves into slumber. Because they destroyed their homeworld to get here. They put everything into this, and the eye of the universe held nothing for them. So they were like, guess we'll build a matrix and live out the rest of our lives there. Did the Nemai know about them? Not to our knowledge. Put all their eggs in one basket. Classic blunder. Yeah. Gosh, that was very... That's heartbreaking, man. Watching that slide of them just burning down everything on their home world to build the stranger, that was terrible. With their mini sun. Sploosh. Well then, that's it for this evening, folks. Tune in next week. I'm going to jump off a raft in a tunnel and see what happens. That's pretty much my only lead at the moment. You're welcome, hairdryer. Yeah, I'll see you guys next week. And with a bit of luck, hopefully we'll get some new leads. If not, we might need a couple of hints, because that's all I had. We've got a new lead, but I still think there's more that I need to uncover. Yeah, this week on Top Gear, Neth jumps off a raft. And I discover the secret of the universe. Alright. Let's see who there is to go and see. I'm going to go ahead and see if I can raid someone. Pass you guys on to someone else. Let's see. Right. I'm going to kick you guys over to... Oh, great A's with the 100 bits. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. I'm going to kick you guys over to Vic the Viking, who's playing some Pokemon Legends. I'm going to go send you guys his way. Really cool dude. Top bloke indeed. And the new Pokemon looks kind of cool. So let's go and do something a bit lighter-hearted. Thanks for tuning in. I will next be live on Thursday with probably the last of Cuphead, I think. Last of Cuphead and some Streets of Rage to fill whatever's left. See you then. More of Outer Wilds next Sunday, 7 PM UK time. Thanks a lot, y'all. Bye for now. Neth jumps off a raft, a dam kills a civilization, and the sun explodes. Right, cheerio everyone. Bye.
We got a raid from the Nethersum. Welcome in, raiders. How are we doing? How are we all? Welcome to the stream. War horns. Yeah. We can give you the horn. We're not